Hello? Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable members, I want to call the meeting to order. Honorable members, I'm calling the meeting to order. Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable members, as per the communication from the Office of the Clerk, I raised to notify the House that the Right Honorable Speaker joined the EAC heads of organs in their official mission, visiting the members of the EAC Summit of Heads of State in the Republic of South Sudan and the Republic of Burundi from 23rd to 30th May 2021. Therefore, the Right Honorable Speaker will not be available to preside over the sitting of the House. The treaty through Article 56 empowers this House to elect a member to preside the sittings of the House in the absence of the Speaker of the Assembly. Specifically, Article 56 provides that there shall preside at any sitting of the Assembly, A, the Speaker of the Assembly, or B, in the absence of the Speaker of the Assembly, such elected member of the Assembly as the elected members may elect for the sitting. Rule 10, Sub-Rule 3 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly provides that a sitting of the House is duly constituted when it is presided over by the Speaker or such other member as may be elected under Article 56 of the treaty and in accordance with Annex 3 of these rules. Annex 3 provides for the procedure for election of a member to preside at the sitting of the Assembly in the absence of the Speaker. I want to read the Rule 3, Annex 3. Okay, Annex 3, which is on page 64 and 65, it has 9 clauses. 1, it says, the clerk shall preside in the election of a member to preside in the Assembly in the absence of the Speaker. The sitting shall be informal, but in the chamber of the House. 2, the nomination for candidates for election of a member to preside in the Assembly shall be done on the floor of the House. 3, the member wishing to propose a name for a person to preside shall raise in his or her place, and upon catching the eye of the person presiding, shall state that I wish to propose that Honorable so and so do take the chair to preside in the Assembly for today's sitting and subsequent sittings until such time as the Speaker may be present. The proposal shall be seconded, and if the member proposed consents to the nomination, he or she shall be deemed to be duly nominated. 4, if more than one member has been duly nominated, the presiding officer shall call for a vote by show of hands. The members scoring the highest number of votes shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair of the Speaker. 5, if only one member is nominated, he or she shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair of the Speaker. 6, the member elected would then make extempore and brief remarks expressing gratitude for having been elected and submitting himself or herself to the will of the House, the supremacy of the rules of the House, and laying claim to the privileges of the Assembly and the members. 7, the member elected would make a short adjournment and would lead a procession to the office of the Speaker for the Assembly. 8, The speaker's procession would then return to the House for the continuation of the rest of the business. Number 9, during the debate in the House, thereafter, all members shall refer to the member elected as Mr. or Madam Speaker. So this is the procedure for election of a member to preside in the absence of the Speaker. So I will call for nomination, and I want to state that and on item number 3, it says 1, a member shall propose, 2, request for seconder, and 3, the nominate or the person who proposed has to consent or decline the nomination. Thereafter, we will consider that the person is either duly nominated or, if declined, not nominated. Now I welcome for nominations. I see Honorable Engineer Mnya.
Thank you. I therefore wish to propose that Honorable Dr. Odinga do take the chair to preside to the Assembly for today's sitting and subsequent sitting until such time as the Speaker may be present.
Honorable Odinga, Dr. Oginga has been nominated. Seconder. Honorable Dr. Obul, you have been proposed and seconded. Now we request if you consent or not. Your microphone is off, please.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Clark. I now consent to the nomination.
Honorable members, we have Honorable Dr. Oburu Oginga have been duly nominated. I request if there is another nomination. I see Honorable Rose.
Thank you, Clerk. I rise to propose that we close nominations.
Seconded. Seconded.
Honorable Mary Mjenyi, can we hear you?
No, I second the proposal by Honorable Rose Akol that we close nominations.
Honorable members, it has been proposed that we close the nomination, and I hereby close the nomination now. And according to our rules, if there is only one member who has been duly nominated, that member shall be declared duly elected. I therefore declare that Honorable Dr. Oburu Oginga is elected to preside over the sittings of the Assembly in the absence of the Speaker, from today's sitting and the subsequent sittings until when the Speaker will be available. Congratulations, Honorable Dr. Oburu Oginga. So I would now request Honorable Oburu Oginga to come to the Speaker's chair.
Now, honorable members, I would like to take this opportunity to express my profound appreciation for electing me to preside over the sittings of this assembly, albeit for a few days. I feel greatly honored and proud for the confidence and trust you have expressed on me. Thank you, honorable members. I submit myself to the will of the House, the supremacy of the rules of the House, and lay claim to the privileges of the Assembly and the members. In accepting this responsibility, I would like to confirm that I will uphold the dignity of this House at all times, and that I will apply the rules of the House without fear or favor as I seek to promote the good image of the Assembly. With those few remarks, honorable members, I submit my will to the House and ask for adjournment for 20 minutes. Thank you, honorable members. Now, honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people. We beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and of those whose interest you have committed to us. Amen.
We proceed to item number 1 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Oh, Chair, the Council of Ministers. Yes, okay. No. Sorry, Honorable Chair, can just for a second. The first item of the agenda is communication from the chair. And communication from the chair, once again, honorable members, I wish to thank you very, very sincerely for giving me this honor of presiding over this August House. It is a rare opportunity, and it is a rare gesture of trust that you have conferred upon me, and I will try my best to discharge my responsibilities as far as possible. So thank you, honorable members, and we should now proceed straight away on to the business. So we start with the papers.
We proceed to item 2 on the order paper, papers. We start with Roman 1.
Yeah. The Council of Ministers Chair, can you please present?
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. May I be the first person to congratulate you on this important assignment this afternoon. As you said, it is a rare opportunity to serve, and there is no doubt that the members have a lot of confidence in you. No wonder you've been chosen on this very important afternoon when we present our budget estimates for the year 2021-2022. Congratulations once again. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the projected financial statements for the East African Community Budget for the financial year 2021-2022. I beg to lay.
We continue with item number 2 on the order paper, Roman 2.
So the, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The statements are referred to the Committee of General Purpose for consideration. Now, we go to the second item, which is
thank you once again, Honorable Speaker.
Once again, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay on table the financial statement for the supplementary budget for the financial year 2020-2021. I beg to lay.
Again, this is referred to the Committee of General Purpose for consideration.
Still on the same item, papers, Roman 3.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, in accordance with the provisions of Article 1343 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, I beg to lay on the table the following audited financial statements of the East African Community organs, institutions, and projects for the financial year ended 30th June 2019. One, Honorable Speaker, the East African Community Secretariat. Two, the East African Legislative Assembly. Three, the East African Court of Justice. Four, the Lake Victoria Basin Commission. Five, the Inter-University Council of East Africa. Six, the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. Seven, the Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency. Eight, the East African Health Research Commission. Nine, the East African Science and Technology. 10, the East African Kiswahili Commission. 11, the East African Competition Authority. 12, the 15 Million African Women Speak Network Platform Project. 13, the Payment and Settlement Systems Integration Project. 14, the Financial Sector Development and Regionalization Project. 15, the LVBC Engaging Private Sector in Green Growth Project. 16, the LVBC LVAMP 3 PPA Project. Mr. Speaker, sir, each of the organs, institutions, and projects has got a management letter which forms an integral part of the audit report. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay.
Now the papers are duly committed to the Committee on Accounts for consideration and report.
Still on item 2, Roman 4.
The chairperson again of committee on accounts.
Honorable
Thank
Chair,
you.
To lay the report.
as the chair makes his way, may I, on a point of procedure,
Yes.
not procedure
Honorable
really, but
Ene.
a comment, a favorable comment to thank the Chair Council for the timely submission of this report and in a very colorful manner that we have never seen before.
Thank you. Thank
Further
you.
procedure.
Yeah, so
Further
Honorable
procedure.
Kalonzo, can you please lay the
Clarification.
report on the table?
Further procedure.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Further procedure.
Clarification.
Procedure,
Clarification, Mr.
Honorable Rose?
Uh,
No, Honorable Mary,
This is Mary.
yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I see two people on the screen. And since the person wearing the mask is not clear to all of us, could we be informed?
That is Kennedy. That is Kennedy.
Oh, that is Honorable Mukulia.
Yes, that is
Yes.
Honorable Mukolia
Okay.
and Honorable Poka.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose that since the House is for the first time allowing both virtual and physical meetings to go hand in hand, we would do well to know who is on the virtual screen so that the House is informed. Otherwise, some of us thought
Miss
there
Kennedy,
was
where
a
is he?
stranger
Yeah.
intruding in our business, in the business of Parliament. I
Yes,
think procedurally,
yeah,
the clerks
okay,
could help
okay,
us
but this is
to
not the
inform
first
us of
time.
who is virtually attending,
Okay.
so that there are no issues of clarity on who is,
Okay.
yeah, strangers in the House.
Yeah,
I
thank you,
thank you,
Honorable
Mr.
Mary,
Speaker.
for that. Actually,
There's
this is not the first
member
day.
on.
Okay,
Me, I thought actually
Okay.
he's on top of a tree.
Further procedure.
thank you.
Further procedure.
Honorable Kalonzo.
Further procedure, Right Honorable.
Point of procedure
Yes, Right Honorable.
by Honorable Ross. Okay,
Okay, thank
Honorable
you.
Ross.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I also want to take this opportunity to thank Council of Ministers for the timely response they have given to us as an assembly in laying on table the required business for the House, and that is the financial statements for the Accounts Committee to go through, audited, and then also the budget estimates. But Right Honorable Speaker, when you go through the Budget Act, there are timelines, and we normally require these documents as per the provisions in the Budget Act, so that Parliament also gets time to adequately go through this statement. So I'm only raising this procedural matter, requesting that is indeed procedurally right, therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, that these committees be given ample time to go through these documents now that we have had them laid as they have been laid today, because our calendar is supposed to end 30th June, but that means definitely an extension, because we wouldn't want to be, we also want to get enough time as Parliament to go through these documents. That's the procedural matter I wanted to raise, Right Honorable. Thank you.
So you're suggesting that the committee be given ample time to consider the report?
Yes, Right Honorable. Thank you.
Okay, that will be considered. So Honorable Kalonzo, proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable
I think
Speaker,
that will be.
and congratulations. I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Accounts to assess the status of implementation of the Assembly's recommendations on the EAC audited accounts for the East Africa Health Research Commission and the East Africa Kiswahili Commission for the financial year ended 30th June 2017 and 2018. I beg to lay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Alonso. Honorable Rose, as you are a member of the commission, I think this is one of the issues we should bring to the commission so that we can discuss about the timing, the amount of time to be given to the Committee of General Purpose to consider these reports. Yes, thank you. Now, Clerk.
We proceed to item 3 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of the Assembly recommending to the Council of Ministers and partner states to enhance measures to prevent illicit financial frauds by way of motion.
Now, can I want to call upon Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim to move the motion and ask for a second. So Honorable Fatuma, you are on the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And before I start moving my motion, I want to congratulate you for being the current speaker for this session. And I want to acknowledge that members have confidence in you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to move a motion for a resolution of the Assembly recommending to the Council of Ministers and partner states to enhance measures to prevent illicit financial flows.
Okay. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Fatma,
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
Procedure.
Aden, Honorable Munya,
Procedure,
and,
procedure.
all the members are standing.
Speaker.
Now, Honorable Fatma, now that the
Procedure,
motion.
Mr. Speaker. Procedure.
Huh?
Procedure.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, Honorable Munya.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask if it is procedural that when there is a private member motion and when there is a business for the committee, which one is to start first according to the order paper?
Well, Honorable Munya, the business which has just been, the papers which have just been tabled are referred to committees for consideration. And therefore, the motions of members now are the business of the day, which have been slotted for today. So I think you bear with us that we have to continue with the motions for private members, because there is no other big business which has been slotted, which is government.
Mr. Speaker, any order paper according to rule 16(6) can be altered by the speaker if the procedure is not in order. We have the report of the committee, and according to the normal procedure, it has to come first before the private member motion.
Well, I don't know which rule you are quoting.
I'm referring to rule 16(6).
Rule 16. Number 6, what are you referring to? Is it, it doesn't talk about the.
Honorable Speaker, he can alter the order paper in case of, you have the power to alter the order paper.
I have the power to alter, but I don't want to use it. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Fatma. Can you?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that wise decision. Honorable Speaker, I wish to move the motion for a resolution of the Assembly recommending to the Council of Ministers and partner states to enhance measures to prevent illicit financial flows.
Point of order.
This motion was moved under Article 49(2)(d),
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
59(1),
Yeah.
Chapter 14 of the treaty.
Honorable, who is raising on a point of order? Honorable
raising.
Warden.
Yes,
Yeah.
Honorable
Yeah, I
Speaker.
haven't finished the moving even.
He has asked for a point of order. The
Honorable
point of order
Speaker,
is any time.
I'm not raising a point of order on the motion that honorable member is trying to move.
Can you raise your voice a little?
I'm not raising the point of order on the motion. So Honorable Fatuma, I think I'm not trying to challenge the speaker's ruling that you don't want to alter the order paper. But for future, I think it is good to put the records right in for the procedural purpose for the future, even order paper, not for today. I stand by your ruling for today, Honorable Speaker. But I think what the Honorable Munya is trying to raise had some validity in a sense that the priorities of the business of the House has the priority supersedes, one supersedes the other, because I think he just missed the point. Maybe he wanted to say, he wanted to use 16(2), that the speaker shall determine the order of the business in priority of the council business being given priority. I think that is that section, section 16, subsection 2.
That is a section you are saying number?
Page 19, page 19 of the rules of procedure, page 19.
19.
Page 19, yeah.
Yeah.
The rule 16 I have referred to, but it is easy to guide either by measuring the number of the rules or on the page that the rules appears. So I think I'm right in that sense. So I think Honorable Munya just raised the question by quoting subsection 6 that the speaker can be able to alter. But in future, I think when the bill is on the floor, I think it takes the precedence. And when the business of the government, as you have said, is, in this sense, the government is the council. So when the business of the council is on the order paper, I think it takes the precedence. I think that is the issue that I wanted us to.
Honorable.
Information right now, Speaker.
Yeah, but just a second. Honorable, can you just have a seat, Honorable Noor? Honorable Noor, I think the one you are quoting, which is 16(2), about the speaker shall, in determining the order of the business, give priority to council business. But the one Honorable Munya is referring to is committee report. So committee report is not council business. So I think we had ruled on that, and I really plead with you, honorable members, let us not go back to what we have ruled on. I think otherwise we are challenging the speaker's ruling. Yeah. So, Honorable Fatima.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm still moving the motion. This motion is moved under Article 49(2)(d), 591, under Chapter 14 of the Treaty and Rule 26 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. Honorable Speaker, whereas pursuant to Article 82, I've done it.
Proceed, Honorable Fatima.
Honorable Speaker, I'm being guided by the clerk. The motion for resolution of the Assembly recommended to the Council of Ministers and partner states to enhance the measures to prevent illicit financial flows. Honorable Chair, I proceed to present.
Yes.
Clarification,
have you justified?
Mr. Speaker. Clarification.
Okay.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Clarification.
You're finished?
No, I'm starting.
Okay. Then proceed.
Clarification.
Huh?
No, it's the same.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker.
But there was already a second. No, people stood and seconded.
Clarification,
Yeah, it was
Mr.
seconded.
Speaker. Clarification.
It was seconded by several members. So now
Clarification.
I have called upon her to justify.
Honorable
Yes.
Speaker,
Honorable-
I want to take you through the motion for.
I have a clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leontine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask for clarification. I wanted to know why not to know why. I can see on the order paper we have item number 3. Have you talked about it, or we skipped it, or the item number 3?
I didn't get you.
It's not the item number 3 that we are on. We are on the item number 4.
What?
For the Speaker, let me continue in moving the
Honorable
motion.
Fatuma is on item number 4.
Yes.
Which one do we?
Yes. We are on number 3.
Honorable
So Fatima, can you
Speaker,
continue?
I think there is a bit of lack of concentration, I think, in
Yes.
this. Honorable Speaker, whereas pursuant to Article 82(1) of the treaty, the partner states undertook to cooperate in monetary and fiscal matters in order to establish monetary stability within the community and facilitate economic integration and the attainment of sustainable economic development of the community. And whereas under Article 83 of the treaty, Article 30 of the protocol on the establishment of the East Africa Community Common Market, and Article 22 of the protocol on the establishment of the East African Community Monetary Union, the partner states agreed to harmonize and coordinate the economic and monetary policies. Honorable Speaker, in recognizing the global challenge of illicit financial flows and its impact on sustainable development for the partner states, the community, and the continent, illicit financial flows is considered to take away domestic financial resources from public sectors, increase public debts, and destabilize national economies. Aware that whereas illicit financial flows refers to money that is illegally earned, transferred, or utilized, which includes tax avoidance, the actual funds typically originated from three sources, namely commercial tax, evasion and smuggling, trade misinvoicing, and abusive transfer of pricing. Illegal markets, criminal activities, including drug trade and human trafficking. Illegal arms dealing and smuggling of contraband, and bribery and theft by corruption. Generally, illicit financial flows is regarded as unrecorded cross-border financial transfers against national, regional, and international laws, particularly illegal movement of finances that violate these laws, especially in the extractive sectors. Noting with appreciation the efforts of the African Union Commission, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the African Ministries of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development in establishing an AU, African Union High-Level Panel on Illicit Financial Flows from Africa, chaired by His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, the former President of South Africa. The African Union High-Level Panel was mandated to assess the extent and causes of illicit financial flows, to understand how these outflows occur, and to make specific, practical, and realistic recommendations to prevent and stop illicit financial flows. The African Union has declared commitment to have illicit financial flows by 2023 through anti-illicit financial flows, structures, and projects. Honorable Speaker, further aware that the areas needing priority intervention are linked to existing legal frameworks and policies, harmful tax competition, tax evasion, tax avoidance, public debt management, and corporate transparency and accountability. Accountability in the extractive sector and natural resources in particular. Illicit financial flows constitute diversion of development financial resources to other illegal channels, such as to private accounts in abroad without paying necessary taxes, using complex systems and multiple layers in various jurisdictions to conceal the true identity of owners and or beneficiaries. Concerned that the high correlation between reliance on extractive industries and illicit financial flows impacts on development and inequality within the community, and the dependency of partner states on natural resource extraction makes them vulnerable to illicit financial flows. Illicit financial flows occurs through mispricing, over-invoicing of imports, under-invoicing of export by multinational corporations, including undeclared corporate revenues from illegal exploitation. Many of our countries lack the means to verify the quantities of natural resources locally produced, and they rely on export declaration. Further concerned that illicit financial flows are a major hindrance to effective domestic resource mobilization in the community. Yet they are ineffective legislative, regulatory, and institutional frameworks to combat the illicit flows, cap public resources leakages, and tighten loopholes in financial systems at the national, regional, and international levels. Many African states and our region are believed to have lost huge resources because of lack of legal framework and regulations and weak institutions and culture of impunity. Noting that illicit financial flows from Africa are large and increasing, new and innovative means of generating illicit financial flows are emerging, and corruption and abuse of trusted power remains a continuing concern. According to 2020 United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development reported that African countries loses $88.6 million per year through transfer of illicit financial flows, and this means East Africa partner states may have lost about $9.6 billion per year. In 2012, one of the presidents of East Africa partner state claimed that his country had lost close to $4 billion through illicit financial flows due to manipulation of currency exchange, mismanagement of government procurement and payment system, theft of resources from extractive and natural resource sector. Convinced that combating illicit financial flows is the political responsibility of the Council and the partner states, and successful efforts will generate a positive impact on the governance of the community and result in sustainable improvements and enhancement of local business and private sector development and investment environment within the community. Eliminating illicit financial flows is not impossible if our partner states are committed to eradicate and stop this gross abuse and theft of resources from extractive sector. Further convinced that preventing illicit financial flows by the community and the partner states would contribute to strengthen capacity to foster increased domestic resource mobilization in the community, increased benefits by the economies of the partner states from the multiplier effects of the domestic use of such resources, whether for consumption or investment and creation of more jobs opportunity from the previously illicit transfers. Some of our partner states might be considered most attractive to those responsible to illicit financial flows. Conscious that some of the recommendations made by the high-level panel of AU on illicit financial flows from Africa, chaired by His Excellency President Thabo Mbeki, included improving governance and accountability through ending obscure and badly structured contracts, denying legitimate earnings from royalties or tax. B, developing legislative capacity to cap illicit financial flows. C, strengthening regulatory capacities and resourcing of tax and customs. D, promoting global cooperation and transparency to stop aggressive tax avoidance and trade mispricing, making available tax information, account of sales, profits, and taxes paid by mining companies, declaration of beneficial ownership in commercial entities. E, supporting international cooperation in regulatory, law, and systems reform, including harmonizing anti-money laundering laws and double taxation treaties to avoid double taxation. Cognizant of the provisions of Article 49, sub-Article 2D of the treaty, which empowers the Assembly to discuss any matter pertaining to the treaty and recommendation to the Council. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Assembly as follows: that in accordance with Article 49, 2, sub-Article 2D of the treaty, the Assembly recommends to the Council of Ministers and urges the partner state to enhance measures within the community to prevent and stop illicit financial flows. B, adopt and implement recommendations of the African Union high-level panel on illicit financial flows on Africa, chaired by His Excellency President Thabo Mbeki. C, strengthen and enforce legislation on corruption, financial crime, and money laundering, including legislation on freezing, confiscation, seizure of the proceeds of corruption, including legislation which requires the identification of beneficial owners of companies doing business in the community. D, undertake a study on the extent and causes of illicit financial flows in East Africa region, especially on extractive and other natural resource sectors, and execution of the findings and recommendations. E, relevant EALA committee to conduct oversight mission to partner states to engage key stakeholders that will include public officials, multinational companies, CSOs, hosting local communities and other actors on the level of awareness, capacity, laws, regulation, policies, and plans in place to prevent illicit financial flows in each partner state. F, to initiate and institutionalize dialogue between communities affected by mining, mining companies, partner states, ministries of mining, finance and revenue collection authorities to work towards discussing measures to enhance and harmonize laws for extractive sector, particularly tax laws, to prevent a harmful competition between partner states and illicit financial flows through interagency collaboration. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you can easily see the magnitude of how illicit financial flows is widespread in Africa, East Africa region, particularly in extractive and natural resources. There are consensus among scholars, politicians, and policymakers that illicit financial flows scale is massive, huge, and pose major obstacles to our country's development and delivery of socio-economic service. Honorable Speaker, according to 2020 NUCAD report that stated that Africa, and in particular our regions, are losing a lot of money. Honorable Chair, even our region is not spared. Recently, an East African paper reported on DRC, His Excellency President Felix has ordered probe on badly negotiated contracts and seeking review of some of the mining contracts with the foreign companies. The paper reported DRC had already lost out on nearly $2 billion revenue through illicit financial flows and royalty payments by selling mining and oil assets to foreign multinationals. Honorable Speaker, in the context of also Tanzania has been losing almost a lot of money to the tune of 3% to 15% of their GDP on the total exports by value. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want Honorable Pamela to second the motion.
Now, before Honorable Pamela seconds the motion, and we will give her the opportunity, I want to open the debate so that we can And the motion before the House, honorable members, that the motion on the floor of the House for this House to resolve to recommend the Council of Ministers and partner states to enhance measures to prevent illicit financial flows. Now the floor is open, and I give Honorable Pamela the first opportunity to open the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to put my recommendations and my inputs for the motion I seconded. Mr. Speaker, why am I supporting this motion is because we all understand that the issue of illicit financial flows has become a global problem. We all understand that since 1989, there are a lot of indicators and a lot of arguments which have been taking place to indicate that this has become a global issue, and some of the initiatives which were initiated from the European Union are still underway. Mr. Speaker, there are clear indicators that the presence of these illicit flows hinders the development of many countries, especially the developing countries. And having these problems, it makes many countries, especially from Africa, not to pursue what they intend, especially on the issue of sustainable development. From the reports which were submitted in the AU, there are lots of illicit financial flows which make the African countries to lose about 1.4 trillion US dollars in 3 decades, which indicates it's about 50 to 80 billion US dollars per year. Mr. Speaker, this is a lot of money which are being lost by our countries. But specifically, the developing countries are the ones who are affected more, because we all know that we depend a lot with in different categories, and we expected that whatever we're having within our countries, especially the resources we're having, we expected to utilize by ourselves. But it just became that all the resources we're having, they are being taken for granted, and at the end of the day, they've fallen in this category of becoming an illicit flows. Also, we all understand, even if we have the presentation or the reports which indicates we have data that there are lots of money which are being lost, there are still no clear indications, or not clear, we don't have clear data which indicates that these are the exactly amount of money which are being lost. And this is because the statistics which African countries are submitting, they are not accurate, most of them. And this is because of the lack of accountability, transparency, and also the poor governance from our countries. Mr. Speaker, according to the Global Financial Integrity Reporting, we have the main contributors of this financial flows. One of the main contributors, as the motion has mentioned, we have the commercial transactions which are being made by the multinational companies, and we can see that they are contributing to 60 up to 65% of it. And the second contributor is the criminal activities, which are coming from the drugs trafficking and also the smuggling, which contributes about 30 to 35%. And the last contribution is coming from the corruption from the politician, which contribute at least 3% of it. We have other small contributions which are coming from the aids, which we are receiving from the foreign countries, whereby all these aids, most of them, they have the illicit financial funds. And also in other category, we have the security. Under security also, there are loopholes. Also under migration and environment side, also there are some loopholes which contribute to this IFFS. Mr. Speaker, we all understand that as leaders, the main problem we're having, especially in Africa, is this, we have the poor policies in place. But even if we have the policies in place, the implementations of these policies has become a problem. And this is because also there is a lack of accountability and transparency, and also the poor governance. So in consideration of all these factors, there are lots of initiatives which have taken off. And one of the major initiatives which happened in Africa, we have the initiative which was done by the African Union Commission, whereby they were directed by the high-level panel, which was led by His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, where they agreed that and recommended the African countries to submit their views and what do they feel and what do they have in place that they think can contribute to the abolition of these emerging illicit financial flows. The AU Commission was also required to submit that report, which was supposed to include all the recommendations from the partner states, from the member states of the EU. And this report was supposed to indicate how far the member states are going to create and strengthen the necessary institutions which will be successful in combating the illicit financial flows. Here comes to my question. As members of EU, how far are we with the submission of this recommendation to the AU so that at least we have somewhere to start? If we have not yet established any recommendation or we are not implementing anything, I think now it's high time for us to work either to do a follow-up or we can even do the benchmarking to know from the AU Assembly what are the recommendations which were submitted by our own countries to ensure that the implementation of these recommendations from the high-level meeting. Mr. Speaker, allow me to commend United Republic of Tanzania as an example that they managed to have the public financing management reforms, which they are now implementing the International Public Sector Accounting Standard. And this is a major initiative in terms of financial reporting which portrays the true and the fair view of government affairs, especially the financial sector. Mr. Speaker, I don't know much about other countries, what they've done so far, but I commend this House that we shall need to work in collaboration so that we assist our partner states to do the implementations which we are supposed to do, so that now we move to the regional level. Mr. Speaker, we all understand that once we manage to do the domestic resource mobilization, which is the most promising sustainable development financial sources, we shall succeed. To finalize, Mr. Speaker, East African countries need a collaborative effort to curb the outflow, whereby we need to start from the establishment of these policies. Mr. Speaker, by saying so, I beg to support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Pamela. Now I want to take, so Honorable Aden to start, Honorable John, yes, John Claude, and Honorable Toot, and Honorable Dr. Wada, and Honorable Dong. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and
This side as well.
and congratulations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Mr. Speaker, congratulations for the role you are playing this very important day in chairing this assembly. It is an opportunity which I am sure you are able to doing it well. And those seeking for your attention to see the other side, I'm sure the Speaker is moving systematically. So it will come to the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, as I contribute to this debate, and I support this motion by Honorable Fatuma, as seconded also by Honorable Pamela Massey. This is a very important debate that these two colleagues have brought to the floor of this House today. Honorable Speaker, illicit financial flows is indeed a leakage to our economy. It is a harmful practice that, through the good initiatives of His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, has often been echoed very much in the international levels as being one of the things that is affecting, and more so in the international economy, and more so in the third world countries. Mr. Speaker, I must say that the best way to counter this illicit financial flows is actually to implement the laws that exist in our partner states with regards to this particular issue. Most of our countries in the EAC, Mr. Speaker, certainly Kenya being one of them, has implemented laws that are designed to govern this illicit international illicit financial flows. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there is lack of coherence amongst our partner states with regards to how to implement these laws. What one country considers to be an illicit financial flow is considered by another partner state of the EAC as being a legitimate inflow and outflow of foreign direct investment. It is through this lack of coherence in these laws that, unfortunately, these large players that the honorable members have referred to find loopholes within these laws to be able then to play to their advantage, so that they can be able to do this otherwise very unfortunate practice of taking advantage of moving these illicit financial flows. Mr. Speaker, I must say that it's unfortunate that sometimes, in fact, it's multinationals that sometimes do play with this particular thing. They bring in such a things as transfer pricing, overpricing of inputs, profit repatriation. Unfortunately, for them to achieve, they do the transfer pricing and overpricing of inputs so that they can be able to repatriate some of the profits that they have made out of this region back into their countries. Nobody stops them from doing so, but unfortunately, when they do it illicitly, then it does not only become criminal, but denies the state from which those flows are being, that financial flows is coming from, to be affected negatively, because then they are not able to benefit through things like, taxation on profits and such like things. So, Mr. Speaker, this initiative of the illicit financial flows is a debate which is taking world over. Many countries have put very, very stringent measures and laws. I want to urge African leaders, those in office now, don't wait to go out there. And I'm not saying this in any way to demean the good work which is being done by Honorable His Excellency Thabo Mbeki. Certainly somebody has to take championship of this such kind of thing. But, you know, Honorable Thabo Mbeki was once the president of a very powerful economy in Africa, South Africa. So I want to urge those in office now, not to wait until you're out of office and then make some of these things, you know, a career or initiative that you want to drive at a time when you don't have much of executive power. South Africa is one of the countries that is suffering most in these issues with regards to this illicit, international illicit financial, the illicit financial flows. But unfortunately, Honorable Thabo Mbeki is now an eminent African person out there, but not a holder, an executive sitting president at the time being. So I want to urge those sitting presidents to take note of the good work that Honorable Thabo Mbeki is doing now, and to use the executive powers of the offices in which they occupy now, so that they can be able to implement these good proposals that he's bringing on board. That way, they can be able to impact a lot in terms of stopping this flow. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, some of the big players of this illicit financial flows sometimes even hold countries in Africa almost at ransom. You know, they say, you know, we are going to do this big project. We will finance you for this big project, but we must bring the trucks that work there, the cement which is going to be used there, the steel which is going to be used on that project. And they price these items ridiculously high, not only making the projects very expensive, but unfortunately, this is one of the quiet ways of implementing this illicit financial flows, getting monies from out of these very poor economies and in advantage of their own countries. I want to call on the developed nations that very much, many at times do a lot of good initiatives to support the economies in Africa, and to tell them many of those illicit financial flows are unfortunately out of the poor nations into the economically developed nations, and is being done by one of your own nationals, some of your own nationals, and some of your own multinational corporations. If you are honest and sincere about helping Africa and the developing countries for that matter, in terms of stopping this leakage out of their economies, then please control those multinationals and those individuals from your economies. You know them. They go through our financial sectors. And the other point I want to say, Mr. Speaker, imperfection in our financial sector is also another issue which is giving advantage to these illicit financial flows. Unfortunately, some of them don't go through the financial sector. Probably some of the reasons why the numbers which are being mentioned for countries like Tanzania or like Kenya, some of them actually come from sectors that are very difficult to control. The mining sector, for example. How much gold, how much Tanzanite has a given multinational or a foreign investor taken out of that particular mine? And, you know, or from South Africa, for example, in those big mines, some of them owned by those multinationals that we all know. How much are they getting from out of there? Is what is being transported out of there in terms of value equivalent to what is being reported? So the reports that are being received also becomes very difficult to verify. But on the onset, controlling the financial sector to such standards that they become very open and transparent in terms of reporting the flows that are going out, I think is a key thing for us to get through. Time and again, we have seen some of the major scandals in terms of corruption or illicit financial flows. Whenever you follow them, there is a financial institution which is involved, unfortunately. So for that reason, maybe even as we debate this, perfecting the controls around our financial sectors is also another important issue which can help us, get this illicit financial flows to be controlled. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I want to encourage and support the motion and thank Honorable Fatuma and Honorable Pamela Masai for this very important initiative. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jill Cloud. Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me also to take this opportunity to congratulate you for being elected to preside over this sitting of today and on the other sittings of this House. Honorable Speaker, I don't have much to say about this motion. On the onset, I want to say that I support it. I just want to say a few things about it. It's very unfortunate to find that African countries are losing a lot of money through illicit financial flows. I was searching on the internet and I found a report, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, in their reports, in their report on economic development in Africa, report of 2020. It states that illicit financial flows rob African countries in amount of 88.6 billion US dollars. You can imagine that big amount of money we are losing annually. But, Honorable Speaker, when you calculate the total amount we receive as aid to Africa annually is less than this amount. It means if we could curb illicit financial flows, which is moving from Africa to other developed countries, we could sustain our economies. That, Honorable Speaker, this motion goes in details to explain what is happening, especially in these multinational companies. I remember an example when Honorable Engineer Munya was mentioned on this floor of the House. A case in Zanzibar where these white people could come and stay in the hotels there, and they use their currencies, they own invented currencies, like using this paper, and you just consider it as money. So they buy, sell, consume goods there in Zanzibar, but there is no basis for the government of Zanzibar to collect taxes on all those transactions happening there. So there are many forms of illicit financial flows. And illicit financial flows, as is stated here in this motion, it can be a result of corruption, a result of other illegal behaviors of people, but also there are some cases of legally earned money, but which is carried across the borders of countries illegally, just not following the regulations of partner states, of countries. And to put an end to this issue, it needs collaboration. Yes, in partner states we have laws to deal with these illicit financial flows, but a single partner state, a single country cannot itself fight this illicit financial flow. It necessitates collaboration by all countries involved in this act. I want also to give an example. I participated in a training in South Africa. I was sent by. I was together with Honorable George and Honorable Happiness and many others, and Honorable, I think, Matia. We were together, and in that training in South Africa, it was a training organized by Afrodad, and they also gave us the reality about this illicit financial flow. I remember a very concrete example of mining companies. You find that mining companies, they operate in our countries 5 years, 10 years, and they always say that they are not making profit. And they keep working and they say they are not making profit. Is it possible for a private company which has invested in a country just for the seeking profit and to operate in that country for 5 years, 10 years, saying that it is not making profit? That is not possible. But you find when you go into details, you go deep and dig deep, you find that the amount or the cost of just doing mapping of minerals, it is even higher than the cost of extraction of those minerals. Because, and they tell you that the expert who is going to do that mapping of minerals is coming from outside. And that expert, when you dig deeper and you follow the incident, you find is also a staff of that company, but which is registered in a different country. But because our African countries also are suffering from the conventions, international conventions that we have signed, which sometimes also doesn't allow the disclosure of the real owners of these multinational companies. That is where comes in a problem. We can't trace those people who are stealing money from our countries because there are those international conventions which are there and our countries have signed them during colonial times, and they are impeding us to sustain our economies and to curb this issue of illicit financial flows. Right, Honorable Speaker, while concluding, I want to support also the recommendations proposed, the resolutions proposed in this motion, but I am very worried on the resolution number E, they say that relevant EALA committees will conduct oversight mission in partner states to engage with key stakeholders, these multinational companies, to do oversight on these multinational companies on how they are utilizing their money, on whether there is no illicit financial flows. I don't know, Honorable Speaker, it is not to discourage us as the Assembly. It is not to discourage us as the Assembly that we don't have those powers or don't have that capacity. But the problem is, many countries have tried it. Many countries have tried to trace where those illicit financial flows are heading to. But they are, in this world, they are developed countries. They are called paradise, financial paradise. I don't know the exact name of those, where there are no laws controlling or governing illicit financial flows. Whenever the money is coming from, they don't care. And that is where our money, the economy of African countries is rooted and is heading to those financial paradise countries, which do not have laws to govern illicit financial flows. I think through UN and other forums, African countries also still, especially ES partner states, need to join hands and fight this illicit financial flows through these international forums, or also by joining hands and find a way of also controlling illicit financial flows even within East African communities. The Honorable Speaker, I just want to support this motion. It is timely, and I hope that these resolutions will be taken into consideration by the Council of Ministers and will be implemented. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jean Claude. Now we go to Dr. Warder. Honorable Dr. Warder.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I want to also congratulate you upon owning the trust of the colleagues for electing you as the Speaker. Congratulations. And it's a coincidence, Honorable Speaker, that today we are dealing with matters of finance in which you have a lot of expertise. It's a very good coincidence. And I also want to, on the onset, to support the motion moved by Honorable Fatuma, the motion for a resolution of the Assembly recommending the Council of Ministers and partner states to enhance measures to prevent illicit financial flows. Honorable Speaker, it's a very crucial topic for us to discuss today, especially that the illicit financial flows has very adverse impact on sustainable development, especially for our partner states, right, Honorable Speaker. And it's also taking away our financial resources and bringing our economies down. Right, Honorable Speaker, as the mover rightfully quoted, that the illicit financial flows are illegally earned and they're transferred or utilized mostly in criminal acts which affect our countries. And they end up in private accounts, and that's the painful part here. Right, Honorable Speaker, that our African countries has been taken advantage of, and they have been really misled in many contract deals, and also through, it's painful that some of those who are also participating in these illicit financial flows are within our countries, and they, because of the corruption and because of many things. And as it is mentioned in this report, that 88.6 billion per year is being lost. This is a very huge amount. And also, it's also very painful that 9.6 billion per year of this money is also being lost by the East African countries. And yet we are claiming that we are poor. If we really fight and if we really put our effort together to fight this illicit financial flows, I think we will be doing well. Honorable Speaker, I have a small amendment concerning the resolution F, which read that to initiate an institutionalized dialogue between communities affected, and instead of just mining companies, I would like to put the word multinational companies, because as I was reading here, there are many companies also which are taking advantage of our communities, oil companies, name it, many companies. So if the mover allowed that she put the multinational companies, and then the rest will be okay, maybe she can amend it accordingly. I beg to support, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Oda. Can we now have the next speaker, which is General Tut?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this floor to participate in this important motion. First of all, would want also to add my voice in congratulating you for your just recent election of to precise over this August House today and subsequently coming days. I rise to support the motion. This motion is a very important motion, and as it is put exactly, it captured so many things in relation to the illicit financial flows. And I have to thank the mover, my colleague Honorable Fatuma, in that. I would want also to add my voice to what has been said by colleagues who have actually contributed to this motion. As the last speaker put it, these financial flows, illicit financial flows, is really affected our development globally in the continent, and particularly the East African community. It is being practiced, as my colleague put it, through contracts between the development countries and huge companies internationally. This is where you get all this corruption being practiced. My intervention will be, how do we approach it? How do we fight this illicit financial flow. As other colleague of mine have mentioned it needs a unified approach. We have got laws in place in our partner state that are fully there. We have institutions involved in implementing our economies. But again, the implementation issue comes in here. Implementation and accountability is lacking a lot. And we need to strengthen our institution so that they have a capacity in responding and regulating these financial flows. These need a collaboration between member states. It will not be a one state which can fight it. It needs a collaborative kind of approach so that we are able to minimize. Because it will not be you fight it and then you put it into an end, but at least you will definitely minimize the practice. So I urge, and still through you, the Right Honorable Speaker, would want to urge our council, the members of the Council of Ministers, who are actually the eyes of our member state here, to take this one seriously because it is actually hindering. And if it has to be actually regulated, the sovereign community will prosper because we have the resources, but through this corruption, through all this illegal practice, we will not be able to develop. So let's strengthen our institution so that we fight this. So finally, as I put it before, I rise to support this motion, and let's actually put it into good implementation so that we curb this practice. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, General. Can I have Honorable Dongo?
Right Honorable Speaker, first, I also want to congratulate you for being elected to chair this session. Right Honorable Speaker, from the onset.
No, not chair, speaker.
Oh, okay. Power is sweet. Yes. Very much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me from the outset to say that this is a very important motion. And Right Honorable Speaker, perhaps we need to change the practice in this assembly. A motion as important as this needed members to have undertaken a lot of research so that we come here and give justice to this motion. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember that our colleague, Honorable Fatuma, brought this motion on the floor of this House, but was overtaken by events. In the planning for this plenary, we should have been notified that at any one point, we were going to have this motion debated so that we give justice to this very, very important motion. Right Honorable Speaker, recently, there was a headline in the New Vision, Uganda's newspaper, that said government had failed to recover 14 billion shillings from Heritage, which is a British company. I do not know whether that information is accurate or not, but it points to something. But let me just give you a background to it. Some times back, government of Uganda took Heritage, a British company, to court to recover what you would call capital gains tax after it had sold its interests to Talo, Uganda. The court ruled against government of Uganda, and government of Uganda appealed, and the case went all the way up to the UK. And Uganda's wish was granted. And Uganda was able to recover $130 million as capital gains tax. The cost of that suit was about $4 million, and that's the cost that has not yet been recovered because Heritage decided to restructure its company. So it can't be identified at the moment. You can't say I'm going to Heritage at the moment because they decided to restructure the company and they now don't even exist. So Uganda is losing $4 million because of the practices of these companies. Even the very fact that they negotiated behind and tried to dodge to pay the capital gains tax is enough to tell you where we are as a country, where we are as East Africa, and where we are as Africa. That these huge companies are acting behind the scenes and siphoning a lot of money without the knowledge of our countries, because illicit financial flows are highly technical undertakings. And you know, illicit is not just illegal, it's also moral. And like Honorable Cloud had said earlier on, that you can actually have a legal contract, but it's morally wrong. So it qualifies to be illicit. So illicit is more than just being illegal. It is also a moral undertaking. I'll give you an example. When you talk about transfer pricing is where a company establishes a subsidiary in another company. So a parent company is here in Tanzania and a subsidiary is opened, say, in South Sudan. And then the subsidiary is extracting minerals and selling to a parent company. Then the parent company is issuing very low prices. So the receipts show that actually the minerals were sold at a lower price, meaning therefore that that company in the country where it is being hosted is now going to be charged less taxes based on false receipts. And this is just from the same company. So there is too much transfer pricing, and it is being done extensively by huge corporations. So you'll find that there is a Talo, now they open Talo Uganda, but there could be another Talo in China, there could be another Talo in South Africa. And they do business. And what they do is to falsify information, and that's the information that's available in the record books and is used by our countries to tax. So there is a lot of hemorrhage that goes on in our countries, and it is legal because you're being given receipts that actually show that this is what I sold, and this is the amount of money that I was paid. You cannot challenge somebody who is presenting you with that, but it's morally wrong, and it is because we do not have capacity, to monitor that kind of transaction. That's why it's important, like my colleague Jean Claude said here, that this is not a matter for a single country. This is a matter that requires that all the partner states of the East African community, at least we can work closely together and be able to deal with this issue. Now, the sector that has been extensively impacted by this has been the extractive sector. And illicit financial flows thrive best in the extractive sector because the extractive sector in most of our countries is shrouded in mystery. We have failed to be transparent in negotiations. We have failed to be transparent in the contracts that we reach with these international business entities. So there are secretive deals. There is limited disclosure of information. And many of these companies hide behind our generosity around attracting foreign direct investments. So you know, they come and negotiate incentives. Some of these incentives are structured in such a way that a few individuals who are managing the process are actually the net beneficiaries. They are bought off by these companies. And then they are given huge, generous incentives. The net loser in the whole value chain are our people, the East Africans. It is the more reason why we should implore our partner states. One, to be transparent in negotiations that are involving the extractive industry. Negotiations in our mining sectors, that it should be transparent and allow the public to be involved in that process. Eventually, when these contracts are reached, many times the contracts are long-term. So you'll find that there is a mining concession, and you'll find that somebody has a mining concession for 20 years, 30 years. All these 20 and 30 years is impacting negatively on the gains, the revenue gains that the country is supposed to have. It is impacting on the environment. There is massive displacement of the communities as these industries continue to operate in those areas. The environment is being destroyed. Now, the impact is massive, and yet you cannot go and disentangle those legal agreements that have been reached. So these people enjoy for 20 years. That's why you'll find that a company is going to say that we are not yet, we are still at the exploration stage, and continues to explore for 10, 15 years. But you can see that the company is exporting and is still saying we are at the exploration stage and we haven't yet started making any profits. By the time their agreements, the contract is reaching that point where it is supposed now, the company has committed that it will now begin to have mining, they sell and move out. And then the new company that comes begins to negotiate with government afresh. So we continue to lose in that business. So there is need for open contracting. We haven't reached that level where there is open bidding and open contracting. And I think it is a policy issue that many of our countries need to come out with. This is a sector that is capable of bringing down economies. Many of these people that are involved in these illicit financial flows, if you cross-check their backgrounds, you will find that they're involved in a lot of other businesses that, if a country is not careful, can bring down economies of those countries. So I really would like to support this motion, but also ask that we need to do extensive research, as it has been provided for in one of the prayers of the motion, so that this assembly can actually do justice to this motion. First, by making sure that we are very specific, making references to the experiences of our different partner states, and come out with a comprehensive report that can inform policy at the national levels. And in future, we should be able to generate a bill, a regional law that can aggregate our legal frameworks, so that all our partner states are operating in the same radar. In any case, when you talk about the extractive sector and when you talk about the impact of the environment, it knows no boundaries, it knows no borders. And illicit financial flows is the same thing. It knows no boundaries. They are a network. They live in Kenya, they will move tomorrow to Tanzania, another day they close business today here and open another one tomorrow in another country in a different name. Once they are done with that business, they go somewhere else and so on and so forth. So we need to build capacity to be able to monitor and be able to deal with the challenge that illicit financial flows has in our economies. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Odongo, thank you very much for emphasizing the importance of this bill, this motion. If members didn't know, the reason why I was declining to take on the speakership is because I'm an expert in this area and I helped to draft the Kenya anti-money laundering law, which I successfully defended in Parliament. And now Kenya has the anti-money laundering law. So I was quite enthusiastic to debate this, but now that notwithstanding, let us now proceed. I want more of this side. So I can see Honorable Gideon, and then now I go this side. Christophe, then Honorable Fatuma, and Honorable Rugema. Thank you, in that order. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I would like to add my voice to my colleagues who have spoken before me to support the motion by Honorable Fatuma Ali. This is a motion that is really touching, and because some of us and many of us, in fact, have experienced, and we know our communities have continued to experience this kind of destruction being imposed on us by our own self-interest and also lack of awareness, I can put it that way. If we have to have any common enemy in East African community, it is the illicit financial flows. It is the greatest enemy to our development. It is compromising our own moral ethics, and it is compromising our professions. You will have graduates who have been trained and have taken an oath of code of conduct of a certain profession, but later on they find themselves in compromising the same oath that they have taken to be able to safeguard public interest in terms of managing finances. Right Honorable Speaker, referring to the areas that has been affected very much by illicit financial flow, I have an experience of, because one time when I was doing my master's degree, I did a research on extractive industries. And the findings I got were just scary in terms of the effect of illicit financial flows. In the extractive industry sector, this is where we have neglected and ignored our communities, because the impact of illicit financial flows is not just in terms of finances. It also goes to environment. And environment, especially if you deal with things to do with petroleum. The management of bioremediation pools, the overall management of the waste of petroleum production is something that has got long-lasting effect. You can see it as you want very quickly, and it can also go on for years that you cannot be able to reverse quickly. So that is a danger that has been imposed, and we have accepted through either our own greed or lack of commitment to our own principles of fairness and justice. Right Honorable Speaker, during the contractual agreements with the multinational corporations, ideally there should be laws in East African region that provides for transparency whereby the local communities are given awareness, are involved in what they are supposed to be doing with the extractive companies. Let's say, for example, a giant oil company like Total, like Shell, has gone into a contract with the South Sudanese Petroleum Corporation to be able to explore and extract petroleum. And then later on, these two companies have the Act of Parliament from the Republic of South Sudan, for example, and they can go to the field. When they go to the field at that level of government, let's say, for example, in Kenya, if they have moved from the central government and they go now to the county government, there are also bylaws that are able to govern what they can do at the level of the county. There's need for the community to be involved. There's need for the community to participate because they are the one who know what affects them most. Now, it is contrary. Deals are done at that level through lobbying. You'll find multinational corporations coming from the west, from the east. They come with lobbying. Lobbying involves a lot of bribery and all that. You cannot win a contract unless if you give. And what you give is being used as to increase the interest on the debt that you are incurring. So it comes back to you. So our communities are not participating in what is happening, and they are dying and they are losing everything. So we need our governments to step up and act quickly, because this is a common enemy, and we have seen what it has done and what it is continuing to do. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the infrastructure cluster, the East African region, this is another area that has been affected highly, because that is where our own East African become overnight millionaires when millions of East African cannot feed in a day. They will struggle because one person has taken that opportunity. They are not allowed to be able to have fair treatment. They cannot access their own resources. You will find a giant company will come and say, okay, this area has been allocated to us already, you can get out. The government will reallocate you. We are taking this area minus any compensation, minus any agreement that could be able to sustain them in the new area that they are moving to. Again, this is a risk to our own GDPs, our own development. You see, if we are not careful through these dealings, all our biggest infrastructure installations are going to be later on in the future being auctioned or being confiscated by the same people who have fooled us with their own illicit funds and are able to take much from us than what we have. We have everything that we need, but we are failing to manage it. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think the best thing to do as East African is to create maximum awareness. We have been exploited because some of our communities, majority of our community members do not know their rights. Because if they know their rights, they have the opportunity to shout and be heard. And then they will be able to demand what is for them. Because when they demand, they will put government in pressure, and the government will have to respond. That is where now we can find a perfect contract between the citizens and their governors. Otherwise, it is really affecting our region. Right, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks on this motion, I would like to say thank you to Honorable Fatuma for bringing up this important motion, and I support the motion. Thank you, I submit.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Gideon. Now go to Honorable Christopher.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I would like to congratulate you for being elected and to enjoy that highest seat in this assembly. Congratulations. Honorable Speaker, I do support this motion fully for a simple reason. Today, African, we are being humiliated. If you look at our leaders are queuing in the Asia Summit, Chinese Summit, Chinese African Summit, Paris African Summit, is a result of these illicit financial flows. Should we have managed our finance and our minerals after independence, Africa was going to be one of the greatest continents, and all these so-called partners would be always coming to attend the meetings in Nairobi or Kinshasa. Right now, Speaker, I've been going through some information about this illicity. If you look a country like Zambia, how many billion they lost just in 2000, from 2001 to 2010, they lost almost 8.8, more than 8.8 billion. And they look the budget of EALA is only 100 million. And this is almost 90 something years for us to continue our business without worrying about where we're gonna get our money. So these countries like ours in the region, they also have the same problem. And I would like to congratulate Kenya for introducing the multi-agency team and the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. This institution, they fought just during financial 2017-2018, they recovered more than 50%. They prosecuted more than 50%, and they recovered in the mid of 2018, they recovered almost 9 billion Kenya shilling. So you can see that some of our partner states are busy at work. This is the money which was recovered from the stolen asset. And it comes to these international companies. Not long ago, in our country, Burundi, there was a company which has been extracting our minerals, earth rare, they call rare earth. So now when a new government came, they called them, they asked what have they contributed to our economy. There was no single cent from that company which went into our national treasure. So then the government decided to stop their operations. Surprisingly, last week, the same company came, started begging government, telling them that there are some tons of that rare earth which has been not yet exported. Then the government was asking them, so you said you're not making money, yet you're saying you still having stock in the country. So now I encourage our government to start like relooking to this contract they sign with this kind of mining companies. It is so pity we are going to integrate the DRC. Maybe the solution for DRC. I know that country from east to south, north to west. If I can tell you that there's no road link one province to another province, yet is one of the richest countries in the world. And we see in the newspaper the mountain which is just made up of the gold. Where that money going? Just going for few elite and those colonial masters. So as a region, we have to wake up to fight for our survival and our next generation. So recently in Angola, the new president has actually ordered to arrest the son of the former president who stole from the government more than 3.5 billion US dollars. And that money was actually reclaimed from I think the UK, and the government repatriated that fund. Plus other Angolian also took a share of 1.5 billion. So you can imagine how much money we are losing and how many projects we are losing. That's why we don't have a good roads. That's the reason we find we have a poor health system, poor education system is a result of this illicit financial flows. So now My point is how we are going to combat them. It all starts from the good leadership. We urge our leaders within the region to start thinking about our region by looking what kind of contract we are signing. Who are these investors? And once we are dealt with those kind of contract and these kind of multinational companies, then that's the only solution we need to our community to grow and to prosper. Honorable Speaker, that's all I have to contribute, and I fully support this motion. And also, I just want to ask the mover to just go beyond the motion, to come up with something which we're gonna fix our misery, which gonna fix our community, not to be into this kind of situation for the rest of our existing on this earth. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move.
Yeah, and thank you, Honorable Christopher. Now, the next speaker is Honorable Dangiza Fatuma.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to start by congratulating you for the election and also for assuming the speakership for this session and hopefully beyond. So I would also like to thank my sister, Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim, for a very good motion. And as Honorable Dong said, I think justice should have been done and be given enough time, because we are discussing a very pertinent issue, the issue of illicit financial flows and how it is really affecting our continent and East Africa specifically. And also, it's a coincidence that today we are celebrating African Liberation Day. It's called African Day. It's a day when the Organization of African Unity was created. So you can imagine about 58 years ago, and most of our countries had got political independence. We are also happy today that we have the African Union Agenda 2063. But what does political independence mean when we don't have economic liberation? It's very difficult really to talk about political independence when we are still facing this challenge of illicit financial flows. And although it's a very complex cancer, I would imagine, to curb, but I think there is where we can start from. Because we already have the Mbeki report that was presented as far back as 2015 by AU panel of eminent persons that was led by His Excellency President Mbeki. And it clearly explained the challenges we are facing with regard to illicit financial flows, the money that we are losing as a continent. Can imagine 50 billion by that time annually, and over so many trillions. I think it's 1.3 trillions. They say 50 years, but I think it's more, because it's difficult even to know how to measure how much we are losing, because these deals are being done in secrecy. So it's very difficult to know how much we lose as a continent. But also, the motion clearly shows, according to UNCTAD report of 2020, that African countries are losing 88.6 billion per annum through illicit financial flows, and East Africa 9.6 billion per year.
You can see how we are struggling to fund our community with just merely 100 million US dollar. Difficult for our partner states to contribute their remittances in time. We are struggling as a region to fund our education, our health system. You can see how we are all taken back with the COVID-19 when we have a lot of leakage of these financial, of illicit financial resources. So I just imagine that if there are concerted efforts by our partner states, the council, the summit, to start working together, because this is a multifaceted transnational global challenge that cannot be addressed by one single partner state. We require concerted efforts of all the partner states. And therefore, if this can be prioritized for us as a region, but we need to put in place clear policy and legal frameworks. I imagine every country has its own way of dealing with illicit financial flows. There are institutions in place, governance institutions. Most of our countries have got revenue authorities that are ensuring compliance in terms of avoiding tax avoidance. We have Ombudsman's office and many other institutions in place. But I think we, as a region, we need to have really a joint strategy to curb illicit financial flows, a regional policy, and as an assembly, we need to come up with a regional law, because this is very difficult business and it requires those concerted efforts. A lot has been talked about capital flight, and also the issue of taxation, mispricing. But there is this other challenge that is also related to illicit financial flows, the human trafficking, where the most victims are mainly women, young women, and nowadays men. But with this human trafficking, there is another illicit financial, would say, business or trade that is going on, where organ transplants, especially kidneys, where young people who want to go to Europe because of the, again, failure for us in our countries to maintain and attract our young people, create jobs and other attractions so that they stay around. So we have to sell kidney to certain people. So there's business going and other organs. So really, this is a challenge for us as our region. I want to thank Honorable Fatuma for a timely bill. I agree with all the recommendations that have been put forward with very clear strategies on what to do. I know domestic resource mobilization is one of strategies that countries are utilizing, especially African countries, through broadening tax base to ensure that we can have domestic resources. But if we can tap on illicit financial flows that is being lost, it could be able to bridge the gap of our budgets. The other one has already been talked about, the extractive industry. And I think the biggest challenge we have is the limited capacity to negotiate contracts, which in most cases are written by the very multinational companies. And we look so desperate to accept any investor who comes. So I think there is need for due diligence, but we also need to invest in building capacity for our professionals, for our leaders to be able to negotiate contracts, but also to make sure that there is transparency. The final thing that I think we should do as a region is the issue of awareness. Illicit financial flows it's a challenge, but it's a technical subject that requires training, that requires awareness raising. So I think there is need, and the EALA in our sensitization program, we can take this as a priority, but also the committees that are responsible through oversight, through engagement of our partner states, we can raise the priority of this big challenge that we are facing. So I want to urge the council to take up recommendations in this motion, but to come up as soon as possible with regional intervention to curb illicit financial flows. With that, I would like to thank the mover for this important motion, and I support. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Batuma. Now I will ask my brother, Honorable Rugema, to make his remarks.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to thank you, and I want to congratulate you for being elected by my colleague to the highest seat of this assembly. You were my neighbor here where I sit. Now I see you in the comfortable seat. I really congratulate you. Right Honorable Speaker, I have to support this important motion brought by Honorable Fatuma and seconded by Honorable Pamela. This is an important matter, important issue. And I thank them because we need to discuss about the matter. And this is not for East Africa, for a developing country, but it is a global issue, but very harmful for the country which are poor, for the developing countries. Right, Honorable Speaker, all my colleagues, what we have said, I agree upon what we have said, but I'm sorry, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this matter, let us look it beyond on what we are now talking about. For me, it is a global issue, and it is an issue of concerning the leadership, concerning the governance of our respective countries. Because we don't find this in the mining corporation or in the petroleum corporation, but in the diversity of the very few of our respective countries. I say this because when we are talking about leadership, how to lead people, or when we are talking about managing very few of a country, it is very, very related to the illicit financial flow. Right, Honorable Speaker, when you are not a patriot, when you are not a leader who is committed to serve the people, when you are not a leader that make your population get awareness, increase awareness of what we have to do, or when you don't adopt a system of getting strong local governance and increase the awareness of the citizen. Every time the citizens are not involved in what they have to be involved inside the country, you get this kind of matter. Let the Speaker, we have laws, we have organization, we have administration, but why they don't work, why they are not efficient? Because of our different commitment of our leaders. If the leaders are committed and they are implementing and they are making people be involved in what they have to get because it is the interest of the people, you get this kind of illicit financial flow. I think, Honorable
Can you switch it off? Why don't you switch it?
Okay. I'm sorry. But right to the Speaker, I was saying when the leadership is strong, is committed enough. My colleague, Honorable Pamela, was saying, giving even example of Tanzania. I agree and I accept. All this kind of illicit financial flow, it's a high level of corruption. When you have a high level of corruption, you get the kind of matters when the contract are not well done, when the leadership is not strong enough for a high vision or where to go with the country. And in my behalf, I have to congratulate also the government of Rwanda because they have tried to fight the corruption to zero tolerance. You have to put data, say, I'm now engaged, committed to put corruption to zero tolerance. And then it doesn't start by the bottom, it is started by the top, right, Honorable Speaker. When the leader at the top is committed, very patriotic, then you descend and you arrive at the bottom and you involve the population. And when the population are involved, they can even help the central governance to control everything. This is what we have to do, and I think the mover, and I think we as a MP parliamentarian, we have to set time, sometimes to discuss the matter of leadership, the matter of governance, the matter of accountability, the matter of transparency. When there is no transparency, I don't know the Speaker, when there is no accountability, you can get every time for the kind of receipt financial flow. And I think, and I advise and or invite my colleague that we have a plenary session 6 or yes, if we can sometimes get time to discuss for the kind of matter, it can help and increase the awareness within our region. This is an important subject, an important issue, and I thank very much the mover and the the second of this motion. Right, Honorable Speaker, you can get laws, you can get make a very good assessment, you can get even increase the awareness. But if there is not really a high commitment of the top leadership and do in the way that the local governance is strong enough to get control and follow everything, you will not really be successful. Yes, getting laws, it's good, but getting the implementation of the laws, it is another matter. And by doing that, we can really increase and control and the leading or managing better within our community. Honorable Speaker, I support the motion, and I again thank the mover. I thank you very much.
Honorable Minya now becomes and Honorable Mary, then Honorable Minya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to add my voice to the voice of my colleagues by congratulating you. And also to say that you are actually conducting the business of the parliament very well. You fit the position. Mr. Speaker, the irregularities on the African continent are overwhelming. And I want to thank my sister, Honorable Fatma Ibrahim, for this very timely motion. And also hope that this motion will be taken further, a higher step, and be developed into a bill that can lead to a law being legislated in this parliament regarding illicit trade. I believe that illicit trade happens all over the world, but the proportions or the degree to which it happens definitely differs. It could not have started on the African continent. The unfortunate thing is that when it comes to this continent, we seem to let things get out of hand. And therefore, I would like to put the blame and the guilt on us, on ourselves as Africans and African leaders for that matter. And also to request that we search our conscience and do things in a way that will benefit the country in whose office we sit. Mr. Speaker, there is no illicit trade, or hardly. Most of the illicit trade that goes on in Africa, on the continent, as described in the motion, and as stated by many of the colleagues, is done with the collaboration of some African official, in most cases. You find that someone in an office that is important, whether it is taxation, whether it is office of the ombudsman, whether it is whatever, name it, someone is involved in the mining sector, someone is involved in fattening their pockets at the expense of the welfare of our people. And no wonder you have many of our people trying by all means to leave the continent, a continent that is supposed to be rich, and to go out and search for jobs, for better opportunities, sometimes sell themselves. Now there is also the trafficking of human beings. Well, this is happening because of poverty. There is no doubt about it. I therefore think that I don't know what the continent is going to do that is not being done today. We have so many offices that are dealing with corruption, institutions put in place in many of our countries, but it's still not happening. So we need researchers, I think, We need thinkers, really Africans that can think and come up with a way forward as to how Africa can better be managed, how Africa can do better for itself in order to reduce the poverty that we see, we live with, and we sing to be dealing with it. Mr. Speaker, I would like to add on this motion and by saying that this motion actually should recommend that it be developed further into a legislation by EAC on illicit trade, so that we no longer have to hear about words, terms that I hear young people these days using, like cleaning dirty money. I don't know whether you have heard about this. All these companies cleaning money. That's money laundering. Yes.
It's called laundering
company,
money.
it is registered. You see really very serious looking officials. They are making money. And sometimes, by the way, some of them are paying taxes for your own information. But what do they do when you come to investigate it? What do they do? And why are people talking about this company or the other one is cleaning money? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to
making dirty money clean.
Yeah, exactly. Making dirty money clean. Meanwhile, impoverishing us further. Meanwhile, I would actually not be as concerned as I get if this dirty money that they are making from the continent is invested on the continent. But the unfortunate thing is that this money is extracted, cleaned, and much of it goes back outside with the help and participation of us, ourselves, Africans. It's really unfortunate. I therefore wish to support the motion and thank the mover and the seconder of the motion. I wish to submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mary. Now, Honorable Mnya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this motion brought forward by Honorable Fatuma. When we are talking about illicit financial flows, we shall all agree that is the flow across our borders. And if I quote the mover, she said, whereas under Article 383 of the treaty, Article 30 of the protocol on the establishment of the East African Community Common Market, and Article 22 of the protocol of establishment of East African Community Monetary Union, the partner states agree to harmonize and coordinate their economic and monetary policies. Mr. Speaker, it is now 21 years since the establishment of this treaty. And if these words have been stated there, we can ask ourselves, what has been done for the past 21 years regarding what has been said in these articles? Normally, when a private bill is introduced in your house, it is a practice that it is very difficult to be assented in most cases. So most of our bills we depend is from the Council of Ministers. But yet today, there is no bill regarding this issue. Until today, Honorable Fatma is bringing this kind of motion whereby she's mentioning a lot of issues to be resolved by your Honorable Assembly. Mr. Speaker, what I mean that we have been too late we expected that there would be a bill enacted even before the monetary union coming to stop this kind of illegal flows. It is mentioned from these protocols, she mentioned, that we need to harmonize our monetary policies. To date, every partner state is dealing with monetary policies at its own. For example, we don't have a common policy in bureau de changes in the region. We don't have common policies, or we have not harmonized laws regarding the extractive industries. Some of the countries, or some of the partner states, are the members of EITI, International Extractive Industry Initiative. Some are members, some are not yet members. And we all know, in all big mining contracts, from oil, gas, minerals, other minerals, solid minerals, these are the areas whereby people, they are hiding. You can find a contract have got so many books for one extracting, let's say, gold. In order to confuse our people, I mean, there are a lot of things are happening, but yet we don't have a common standing in our partner states. So illegal financial flows cannot happen without corruption. Cannot happen. We normally depend, most of our partner states, on the advice from outside, rather than using our indigenous engineers and experts, for financial experts. We depend on the outside. The ones from outside, they're the ones who are making that we will have to create offshore banking. It is another part of illicit financial flow, offshore banking. Normally, they hide the top secret. It's a very high top secret on financial flows on this offshore banking. But still, our countries, they are advised to do on offshore banking. And we normally agree easily. They cannot be successful if they don't have corrupt people in our countries. So actually, in one hand, we are to blame ourselves that we have been urging since EALA 1 till today, EALA 4, we are urging the same people, the same councils, but still there are a lot of things have not yet been done. We asked why. Mr. Speaker, the time has come that we harmonize many laws regarding many financial laws, from extractive industries, bureau de change, export marketing, and so forth and so on. There are a lot of things. So we still urge our councils that the time has come to enact laws regarding this illicit financial flow. There are no more time. It is very astonishing to see that those who are advising us and whom we do trust, they are very strict on tracking transfers of different monies from outside to our continent. But it is easy for our continent to transfer money to their countries. Why? Yet we have a lot of our heads who feel safe to transfer money and keep for their life abroad. The time has come. We still urge, as the mover has said, that we need to enact a law to be enacted regarding this illicit financial making. Last but not least, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Jean-Claude, he gave example from what I said before, and I still repeat. I have witnessed in Zanzibar, is a really tourist attraction, you all know. We have more than 700 hotels around the islands. There are a lot of movement from tourists, and we benefit from tourists, frankly speaking. But yet, the laws there is allowing the investment law in Zanzibar, I still remember, of 1986, the first investment law. It allows the tour operator to be locals, tour operator. But you can find today, there are tour operators from abroad. The tourists are paying outside in Europe and other parts of the world. They are coming with no money. But they will find in a hotel some balls. We call it in Swahili golole, I don't know in proper English. Different colors. When he wants to go to the bar, then he will find a red ball, golole, I don't know proper English. When he goes to the restaurant, he takes another color. When he goes to outside,
Honourable Speaker, I'm also thankful for being elected to be the Speaker of the Assembly. And the Honourable Speaker, I also thank our sister Fatuma for this very fundamental motion. I think most members have given valuable contributions as to what's facing us as a region, indeed as a continent. I think in this motion, we are going to look for, it's going to be inward looking for these illicit inflows. I don't know if we should call them illicit or another name, but they come from us, they go out for us. So we need to define, I think, what we are going to be debating, because like migration, this man has origins and has a destination. So origins is not from the streets. Most of it's from leaders to other destinations. So I think as only members, and indeed the very important watchdog to the region, we are going to be more strategic to address this fundamental issue, that we are losing many billions than we are getting, both in loans and in fact aid. We cannot blame anybody but ourselves. And to be frank with you, I was reading some research on the recipients. And also we have research on where that money is coming from. It's no secret. We know where it's coming from, but we know where it's going. So I think what we need to do is to work on both sides, the origin and destination. But I would begin for us working on the origin, because the origin is us, Africans. I cannot blame the recipients. They are beneficiaries of our problems, like they have done for many years from now. Mr. Speaker, I think in this debate, from the council point of view, I beg that we look at this motion in a structured way, at least from the council's point of view. And in our view, number one, we should look at the acts themselves, which are illegal: corruption, tax evasion, and invoicing, etc., which again come from within us. Of course, there are those that benefit from that, but at the end of the day, it's we. Then number two, the funds that come from these acts, mostly smuggling, minerals, wildlife, etc. Again, we need to look at these. then the funds, how these funds are used, normally financing illegal activities, most of which are by leaders, by the way, among us, that we have to look at the issue holistically. Of course, I think whenever Wijema mentioned about Rwanda, for us, we took a different course, and by the way, it has a price. When you fight corruption, it has a price. Yes, we are fighting a monster. So sometimes you have to expect the feedback. But this demands accountability. I think we need to be talking about accountability and governance of our countries and systems for the sake of our people, because we are here for our people. We are not here for ourselves. If we are for ourselves, we need to be here doing something different. So, Mr. Speaker, the council will come with the views and recommendations of one of the members in this house, and I'm informed that the Secretariat is developing an anti-laundering, money laundering, and combating financial policy, which address these issues. But honestly, I think we need to have a strong strategy on getting out this, taking on this monster. It's not a simple problem because it's a problem that comes from the top. So if we're talking of 80 billion, you don't get from a clerk, you don't get from an accountant, and in fact, you may not get from a minister. This money comes from very, very serious sources. And so the strategy has to also be serious if we are to address this problem. So I thank members for the motion and of course the recommendations that be generated by members, and the council, we are going to collaborate with you to get the best solutions to this problem together. I submit.
Thank you very, very much, Minister, for very, very positive remarks on this motion. And now I would like to ask Honorable Fatuma, the mover of the motion, to reply and yes, make her last remarks.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want first to appreciate members for their expertise in this thing. Many of them had a very informed discussion and contribution. And I agree, Honorable Speaker, with the Minister that this illicit financial flows is a monster in our midst. And it is sometimes supported by our leadership, whether political leadership or technocrats or experts, especially when they are negotiating contracts and when they are approving investment projects, particularly the extractive industries. And that's where the civilians or the citizens of our countries are not aware of these contracts. They just see bulldozers and machines taking over their location. Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, I agree. And when I was doing in a background reading, there is no specific law at our national partner states. There are attempts to make certain interventions to address illicit financial flows. And Kenya has made some attempts. All countries in East Africa region, particularly Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, they have anti-corruption laws. But these illicit financial flows requires a more targeted legislation and policy to address the complexity of this nature of these illicit financial flows. It's a complex phenomena, and it requires a standalone law. In my reading, Chair, I haven't seen any country in the 6 partner states with a standalone law. So I agree with the recommendation of members. We need a regional law to end and prevent illicit financial flows. Honorable Chair, I think members have singled out the huge amount of money that we lose through this kind of illicit financial flows that should have funded our socioeconomic projects in our partner states. to make a difference and to alleviate our citizens from poverty. One area challenge, Honorable Speaker, that is always been raised in this is the challenge that there are many political and policy statements that are usually made, but the actions and the implementation and interventions are absent. So, Chair, Honorable Speaker, I appreciate members and I want to acknowledge the speakers, the honorable members who spoke. And I want to appreciate Honorable Pamela in seconding the motion. I want to also appreciate Honorable Abdikadir. I also want to appreciate Honorable Jean Cloud, Honorable General Dut, Honorable Dr. Warder, Honorable George Odongo, Honorable Gideon, Honorable Christopher, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Rugema, the Prime Minister, Honorable Mary Mugenyi, Honorable Engineer Munya, Honorable Council Member Minister Nishuti is also contributed, Honorable Chair, and he has promised that they will look at the motion and the recommendation. And I trust that our council members will find this motion very useful for our country and to bring even a law, because a law by council members is more effective than a private member legislation. They bring a bill so that we can fast track the enactment of a law that will prevent, stop, and end illicit financial flows. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for allowing me to present and discuss this motion, which you had told me in the morning that you wanted to contribute because you are a champion in the Kenya anti-money laundering law that is being used today since I think 20 years ago. And you really support this kind. And with your expertise as a finance person and a former finance minister, I thought we could benefit from your expertise. But unfortunately, members have decided to put you as the chair of this session. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fatuma, for this motion. It was a good motion. And now we want to put it to vote. So, honorable members, I want to put the question that the House do resolve to recommend to the Council of Ministers and partner states to enhance measures to prevent illicit financial flows. Now, I will ask members to vote by acclamation, which is ayes, those who are for, and noes for those who are against. So I will start with those who are for the motion and ask them. So can I have those who are for the motion say ayes? Can I have those who are against say noes? So the ayes have it. Now, honorable members, I think we have come to the end of the motion today. And because honorable members, I think it is very healthy for members to be doing some gym exercise so that you don't sit all the time discussing up to very late. And because the motion which is next is also very, very important, and we should debate it when we are fresh. We postpone the House to Wednesday, which is tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much, honorable members. And